Good evening. The legend of the phoenix says that it must die and be reborn from the ashes in order for it to be reborn, stronger and more powerful. Well, the same could be said about each and every one of us. Every night we must return to our slumber in order to rest and arise, a stronger and better person than we were the day prior. Lay back, get warm, and relax. Welcome to Back to Ashes, a playlist that will allow you to drift off into the sweet embrace of slumber. We begin tonight's tales with a dear friend of mine, Inner Scare Sleep. Please check the description below to check his channel out, as he also does sleep stories. Let's begin, shall we?
This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs, as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. It didn't make sense to use the back entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. As I approached the back door, I saw two tall men in the window, standing at the door. A chill went down my spine. I did not feel safe opening the door, so I called out, "Hello?" One of the men tapped on the window. "Yes, hello. May we come in? We're with Bresnan." At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but did not have any issues with it. I replied, "We're not having any issues with Bresnan. Is there a problem?" "Ma'am," the man said, "can we come in? We're servicing the area, and it's important we look at your cable." I shook my head. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, "so there's no need to stop by." "Ma'am, we're visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our job." I noticed the man grab the doorknob and try to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, trying not to convey the shakiness of my voice. "So you don't need to be here." The two figures appeared to shuffle and then straighten. "Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and need to do our job." I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work. I gripped the knife tighter. "Ma'am? Ma'am?" I saw him try the doorknob again. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude of always locking my doors. Just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call to let him know our cable is fine." I heard another shuffle and one of the men replied, "No need to, ma'am. We're sorry we wasted your time." With that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or the police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my phone. With the knife still grasped to my chest and the phone falling out of my other hand, I sank to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he came home. He immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to a representative, who informed us that no one from their company was out on assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company. No one had. So, to the two creepy men who tried to break into my home under the guise of cable repair, let's not meet.
Yesterday, while running home from my work, I was exhausted and strayed from my routine way back home, and I decided to sit down on a bench at a small park. The park was empty at the time. About 5 minutes later, a young man, I'd say he was in his late 20s to early 30s, dressed in a business suit holding a briefcase, sat on the bench across from me and started to occasionally stare at me Later on, he got up and sat next to me on the bench and said, "How are you, Jennifer?" Now, Jennifer is not my first name, but I'll use it as a placeholder. He had a British accent, and he was speaking in a very exaggerated manner. I was surprised and thought this was someone from my college or high school that I did not remember at the time. But when I asked how he knew my name, he simply replied, "Oh, it doesn't matter," and then put his briefcase on his lap and clasped his hands on top of the briefcase. At this point, I started to feel worried and asked him again how he knew me. But before I could finish my sentence, he interrupted me and said, "I will get into it in a little while. But first, let me ask you, are you satisfied with where you are living right now?" And then just said my entire address. He then said, "What are your thoughts on your workplace? Are you satisfied with your wage?" And then he correctly stated my wage. At this point, I started to get really creeped out by him and asked him who he was again, and he calmly replied, "It does not matter at this point or moment." I don't recall what exactly he said. Right now, what matters is that I want to help you. He then went on to state a lot of personal information about me that I would think no one would ever know, and he especially knew a lot about my personal relationships, about people that I know. As he was saying all this stuff, I started to pack my things and got up from the bench and asked who he was and what he wanted in a worried manner. He didn't answer me and told me to calm down. I then yelled at him, asking what the fuck he wanted from me and who he was, and he didn't say anything. And he did this very weird thing where he rolled his eyes first, and then slowly turned his head behind, as if someone was standing behind him, and just said, "Very well then." The way he did that was very strange, like almost as if he was a character giving the camera a side-eye and breaking the fourth wall. He picked up his briefcase, got up from the bench, and started to approach me. I tried to reach for the pepper spray in my bag, but he grabbed my arm and said, "No need for that," pushed me away, and I lost my balance and fell to the ground. He then quickly walked away. I was really scared after falling to the ground and didn't know what to do for a solid minute. When I got back up, I went the way he walked away, but I didn't see him and decided to just get out of the park and go home. Overall, his mannerisms were very strange, and he used his hands in an elegant manner a lot when he talked, like as if he was a theatrical actor. And as I stated before, he spoke in a British accent. I live in the US, and spoke theatrically as well. He was tall, very well dressed, clean-shaven, had short slicked hair, and was wearing circular glasses. Another detail that I noticed was that he had this square pin on the lapel of his blazer. The pin was white, and it had a little black trident on it. I haven't went to the police yet, and I intend to ASAP. But I really don't know what to say or what evidence to provide, apart from a small wound on my hand. Is there a place where I can ask for some advice about what to do about the situation? Also, I apologize for the way I wrote this. My mind is a mess right now. This event happened about 1981, and I would have been 11 years old. My younger cousin Kathy was also visiting her grandparents and staying the night. We were in an upstairs bedroom of the farmhouse that was located right in the center of a 100-acre working farm. Just beside the house to the east was what I called the Old Tractor Road. I have heard this type of road referred to as a two-rut road. My upstairs bedroom window overlooked this old farming road which was probably in use even before the old farmhouse was built. Right next to the house was a stacked wood pile, and then a 4-foot wide grass walkway. On the other side was our grandmother's 15-foot wide garden that ran parallel to the old road. So, even in the dark, I could easily see the road since it was so close to the house. On the opposite side of the road was a huge 35-acre cornfield that at the time easily stood 5 to 6 feet tall. It was a warm summer evening, and we were supposed to be sleeping by this time, but we were talking about music and our favorite bands. Being Canadian, she naturally liked the band Rush. My cousin and I began to hear a distant conversation between at least 2 people that was definitely coming from outside. We would also faintly hear footsteps on the 2-rut dirt road. As the conversation got closer, the footsteps also became louder. We slowly kneeled down at the open window and listened. It was probably around 11 o'clock, and so our eyes were already well adjusted to the darkness, and we would easily be able to see what was happening just below the window. The conversation and footsteps gradually became louder, and we knew for sure we would see who was trespassing on our land. Maybe our grandmother would also hear this and appear with grandfather's shotgun, as she had done many times before when she thought there was a threat to our property. Grandma was no joke and once grabbed a huge knife and told me to get the front end loader. When I returned, she had already gutted a cow and had it ready to hang from the loader. Well, Grandma did not show up to save the night this time. The conversation and footsteps gradually became louder and louder. Then, without my cousin or I seeing a thing, they slowly became quieter and eventually stopped. There was no possibility of this walking and conversation taking place in the cornfield because we did not hear the familiar and unmistakably sound of at least 2 people making their way through a tall cornfield. I should also add that we did not see a flashlight or lantern. We only heard the conversation and footsteps. I do not recall what the conversation was about, and I am unsure if the conversation was understandable at all. We never saw anything or anyone. This probably happened over the course of maybe 2 minutes or so, but I have spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours thinking back to this warm country night and what we were able to hear but not see. I cannot explain this event and can only describe it as my first of very many paranormal experiences, including a full-body apparition. Reliving this experience has made me realize I should reconnect with my Canadian cousin, Kathy. For as long as I could remember, I have been able to escape the paranormal, whether it be the television turning itself on at night as a child, or imaginary friends my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, there's one being that's been here for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he's told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically, the most we'd get would be a whisper calling our names, and who knows if that was ever from him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the old man is all right. He'd been docile with my family and never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him, and everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. My room was that spare room connected to the basement living room. I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple of hours while waiting for anyone to come home. Sometimes I'd been so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on. And in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to it, and my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about not doing that for me. So I can only assume the old man was the one who'd help me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he was some sort of guardian, yet the way he acted toward my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though, I can't even say for certain if the old man is the one who did that, since she never saw him when the walls would be banged on. I wonder how many of you have had similar experiences with a being acting hostile to some and docile toward others. This is an actual experience I had, and it still freaks me out to this day. Growing up, I had multiple little paranormal experiences. I was always very skeptical, so the experiences I had I considered genuine, and I tried my best to explain away and couldn't. Many of them would happen even with company or family around to see it as well, so I knew I wasn't imagining it. As a teenager, I started getting a little too interested in the paranormal and not being scared of anything. I got a little cocky at times, and at some point, I guess I started to dabble with something I shouldn't have, so it got a bit too intense for me. I would talk about the things that happen, or mention spirits, or attempt to talk to presences I couldn't see. And it would, as I like to call it, stir shit up. So when I was a teenager, I had this friend. He would be in mid-conversation with me and randomly trail off on some weird shit that sounded creepy and didn't make any sense. Then come to and not have any clue what he said, and be like, "Whatever, man, I don't know what you're talking about," and continue on the normal conversation like nothing happened. Usually, it ended at that, but when we were 15-ish, he went into one of his things, kind of like a trance or whatever, as we were on the phone. He said something like, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then on your right again, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." I'll explain the layout of where I was living because it is important for the next parts. I lived in a pretty nice trailer park. Ooh, spooky, I know. Off a main road in a small town. Heavily wooded and nowhere near town. The main driveway came down the middle of the trailer park and dead-ended at the rear. A little past that dead end was an embankment, and at the bottom was a railroad track that was very rarely used. To the right, it dead-ended in some woods, with the one side being at the back of an abandoned old mill. The other side had a pretty dense set of woods behind a neighborhood. So I follow his weird, cryptic directions after getting off the phone. It was late afternoon in summer. I head to the railroad tracks and head right towards the end. At some point, before the end, I hear footsteps in the woods on my right. Being curious, I head up the embankment and towards the noise. There was nobody there, but I did see a small grave curiously tucked away in these woods behind a neighborhood. likely a small family plot raging from early 1700s to very early 1900s. Only about 20-something markers. I was intrigued and of course brought that friend later, and he was weirded out, insisting he had no idea it was there. But he wasn't the lying type, so I believed him. It became a hangout spot of mine as I was dumb and brave and would go there at night at all hours acting fearless. Nothing really weird ever happened there, so moving on. Another day, another conversation, and Buddy randomly breaks into another trance. He says, "Head to the tracks, cross them, and when you enter the woods, you will see him." My cocky self immediately does just that. Late afternoon once again. This time I head to the tracks behind the trailer park, but I cross them, which goes through a bit of woods, comes into a clearing with an old mill, a different one because it's an old mill town, on the left. On the right is miles of cutout for power lines cutting through the woods, supplying all the random neighborhoods scattered throughout the area. Straight ahead across the street from the mill is more dense wooded area, so following those directions again, I head towards the tree line. The moment I set foot into the tree line, I hear branches snapping and immediately see just the black shadow or silhouette of a guy in all black on a black horse, galloping through the woods away from me and towards the left, disappearing into the trees. I was a bit shocked as it was not common to see horses around my town at all, but being cocky and brave, I decided to head to where he came from, which was to the right in the edge of the tree line, following the cutout of the power lines. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old collapsed horse stable. Literally nothing else near it. There was another neighborhood about a mile in the direction of where he disappeared, but nothing else around the stable. So, being intrigued and a little freaked out, I go call my buddy and tell him. The following day, I bring him with me to show my finding because he just refused to believe me, and I was getting suspicious of him playing stupid possibly. But the most unbelievable part, as we entered the tree line where I saw the horseman the day before, we both saw him taking the same path as I did previously. Broad daylight, clear as possible. There was no way we both imagined it. Both of us were a little freaked out, but we continued, and I showed him the stable also. The strangest part of all was I brought a couple other friends to see the stable, and each time he appeared to us. So after finding the stable and hanging around the graveyard, things started to ramp up, with the little encounter becoming much more intense. TVs and stereos turning on by themselves, multiple times, even in the presence of company or family, intense feelings of being watched, and just inexplicable moments of dread and terror for no reason. Hearing people having loud conversations or music like a radio was turned on in the other room while home alone, and literally nobody in sight outside surrounding my home. Stuff flying across the room violently, fresh handprints in the steam on my bathroom mirror after a shower. I'd hear the distinct sound of my mom coming home, throwing the door open and tossing her keys on the table and the cabinet, and fridge slamming open and closed while she made herself a drink. She was not a quiet or subtle woman. Just to walk out of my room to talk to her and realize nobody was there. Yet still one night, around 2 to 3 a.m., I got bored and decided to head down to the graveyard. I was feeling watched and just super uneasy, and I was trying to be stubborn and refused to feel scared for whatever the hell reason. I was rebelling, I guess, telling myself I couldn't be harmed. So I get to the graveyard and all is normal and quiet. I hang out for a while and realize I'm being dumb and decided to head home and get some sleep. I head back down the tracks towards home. I get to where I need to head up the embankment to enter the driveway for the trailer park. I'm about halfway up the bank when I hear something rustle. I look up and see the horseman on his horse looking down at me, pitch black, almost like a shadow in the dark, but you can still see outlines of everything. Yet, nothing reflected light. I hadn't heard of it at this time, but it was like how some describe the shadow people. I remember staring at him for a few seconds in disbelief and shock. Then the horse makes that little noise with his lips, and I snapped out of it. I turned down the bank and ran along the tracks as I hear hoofbeats following me. I turn up a shallower part into the woods next to the trailer park, weaving through the trees trying to slow him down, until I reach the street and run to the trailer I lived in, which was at the front. I jump through the door, damn near busting through the screen door as I hear the hoofs thudding behind me. My mom was at work, so I was turning on every light, TV, and radio in the place to try and make it too loud or bright to keep whatever at bay, as if that would help. I sat on the couch waiting for my mom to get home, and I eventually fell asleep. I woke up as she finally came home, as daylight was coming in. I told her everything, and she told me I shouldn't be messing with this stuff. She believed me because she had always had experiences, and she told me about them regularly. Once the sun was finally up, I went to the embankment where I saw him, wondering if I had somehow imagined it all, even curious if there was just a horse out in the area for whatever reason. However unlikely, but just trying to find an explanation. I found hoof prints in the sand at the top of the embankment, and only in that spot. That was when I decided it was getting to be too much for me, and while not being religious normally, I started praying to make it all stop, and swearing I would stop messing with it. It all kinda died down until around when I turned 18, and suddenly, it all just stopped, and I haven't had a single experience since. The horror of Gladstone Villa is that there was more than one ghost there, and it was meant for one family. This was a genuine experience that even convinced a skeptic and non-believer, so it's worth a look and needs to be documented and shared with others. You may research this. What the family experienced defied rational explanation, such as a very mild poltergeist activity like lights going off and on, electrical cables being pulled by unseen forces, and there was the occasional sighting, but this was very rare. All this occurred in the former mining town of Bargode in the Caerphilly County borough of the South Wales Valleys from 1969 to the June of 1978. Bill Higgs and his wife Rita moved into Gladstone Villa with their only daughter Caroline sometime in 1960. Everything was fine, no incidents at all. Caroline left school in 1965 and got a job in the bakehouse in Baldwin Street. Days regular. It was at the bakehouse she met Douglas Dexter. He was from the neighboring village of Aberbargode. He was nights regular, but he often stayed behind to make a cup of tea for Caroline. They started dating and were together for 3 years before they got married in April 1968. They didn't get their own place. They lived at Gladstone Villa with Bill and Rita. Douglas and Caroline's son was born in the August of 1969, and it was soon after this that things started to happen. Caroline said it all started off in the attic. The family were all downstairs when they heard what sounded like someone jumping on the landing from the ceiling. They looked to see what was going on, naturally thinking it was a break-in, but when they reached the top of the landing, nobody was there, but the hatch of the attic was open. From that day on, the odd activity continued on a daily basis. and whatever it was eventually occupied itself in the master bedroom, which incidentally belonged to Bill and Rita. Noises like loud bangs and dragging sounds could be heard. Footsteps were heard in the bedroom every evening. Sometimes during the day when the family would be downstairs watching TV, Bill would turn the volume down to hear it more clearly. Caroline said that on one occasion, she went to her son Andrew's cot to find the pillow torn in half. Bill would record the noises with his tape recorder, and once he played it back, he heard the sound of an ambulance pulling up outside. But there was no ambulance. A warning? Soon after this, Andrew was in a Cardiff hospital in an oxygen tent. He was of course recovered from this. A priest was called to Gladstone Villa. He blessed the property, and after a few short prayers, he duly left. But before he left, he parted with these words, "Watch the baby." As Andrew got older, he too witnessed the poltergeist activity for himself. He saw the cables being pulled by unseen forces. It all got so bad that the family slept downstairs with the lights on. Only Bill was supposedly brave enough to sleep in that particular room. One time, he had a rather frightening experience in there. He was lying on the bed, and then he couldn't move, not even shout out for his family to help him. This could well have been sleep paralysis, but he said later that he felt something in the room with him. A medium was called to Gladstone Villa. He asked his family questions. Then he began to challenge the spirit by knocking on the ceiling, and it immediately knocked back at him. At some point, he went into a trance to try and make contact, but he failed to get a name. He later said that there was a presence there, and it was an earthbound spirit. It had unfinished business, something that it didn't do in life. There were a few sightings. One evening, the family was watching TV. Caroline just happened to look to her left and saw the full, solid figure of a monk standing behind the sofa near the doorway. She later described it in detail as a monk in typical brown habit, complete with hood over the head. The family left Gladstone Villa in June 1978, and 2 local businessmen bought the property. It eventually became Red's Park Hotel. Andrew had his 40th birthday there for old time's sake, and it was the staff who told Andrew that they too had also experienced things there. Andrew did a thorough research into the history of Gladstone Villa and the area. He found out from local libraries that Gladstone Villa dated back to the 1900s, and a monastery was close by. This explains the monk Caroline saw. This is a true story. I grew up out in the wooded country in Illinois, on a short dead-end street, 10 plus miles from a town, and there were 7 houses in the area, spread out on 2.5-acre wooded lots or larger each. There were no large wild animals. There aren't bears or similarly large animals in the region. And people didn't mender there or show up lost. Actually, lost folks or large animals wandering around never happened in the 20 years I lived there. So please, keep that in mind. When I was a young girl in my early teens, I had a good guy friend a few years older than me who lived next door, Terry. Terry was allowed to go out with his friends much later than I was, and he would sometimes tromp over to my yard after getting home late and throw rocks from the gravel area outside my window to chat. My bed was right next to the window. I'd open the window and we'd whisper stories and generally talk for a bit. My second-story window faced our backyard, and his house was to the side. I could see his house from my window, over the shrub trees and walking path to his driveway. I'd often know if he was out. The light was on over the side door entrance, or already home. Light was off. One time during the summer when my window was open, I heard a car in his driveway dropping him off. I was probably 14 years old, and it was around midnight. I heard Terry getting out of a car and was talking to his friends. Soon, his friends pulled away. I softly called out, as loud as I could without waking my parents, asking Terry to stop by and chat. He didn't respond, as he probably didn't hear me. Then, I came up with a not-so-brilliant idea to sneak outside and scare him. I'd spent many years in the woods and learning how to blend in and be silent. As kids, we'd often sneak around and scare each other. So I silently sneaked down from the second floor and out my back garage door, which led to our backyard below my window, which led to Terry's house off the side through our gravel area, then through a well-worn path through the woods about 25 feet long. My parents had put in a gravel pit around the back of the house, probably because nothing much grew due to the shade of the oak trees. There were 14-inch oak rounds set out as an uneven stepping path in the gravel, and if you stepped off the rounds, the crunch of gravel rocks would give you away. I picked my way expertly and silently across the log rounds facing Terry's house. My eyes got accustomed to the dark, and I didn't see him. Also, at that time, I heard the door of his house close and the light going off, signaling he went in, likely to bed. I waited a bit, as I thought I saw something move in the woods between our houses, but not on the path we'd always use. If you didn't use the path, there were wild rose and raspberry plants that had thorns and were painful to walk through if you weren't careful. So I thought it was odd that he'd be in the woods, but maybe he wanted to scare me, like I was plotting to do to him. But I saw something human-sized and dark moving through the woods, slow and pausing every once in a while like me. It was coming closer, and I definitely saw it. But it was strange in that I wasn't walking directly to my window to talk. Therefore, I hunched down and waited in silence, and wondering if I could still startle him. I still thought it was Terry, and he saw me sneak out, and he was trying to scare me. I watched a dark outline of a human figure moving, but then I would lose sight of it in the foliage. It seemed to be stalking slowly and listening, checking every few feet while hiding. So I whispered after losing patience one last time for Terry, but he didn't answer. I got bored of hiding and crouching, so I quietly tippy-toed back to my garage door and went back inside, silently locking up as I went. I snuck back upstairs to my room, above the area where I was just standing crouching. My window was open, and I definitely heard someone or something walking around the yard. I whispered again for Terry out my window but got no answer. Then I heard someone or something fall and grunt or moan pretty loudly in the window, well right below my window. It wasn't enough to wake my parents, but definitely loud enough I didn't mistake it, and it sent a shock of fear through me. If you aren't familiar with a window well, it's a semicircle hole connected to the house, dug out about 3 or 4 feet deep and reinforced with metal. It allows a basement window to be put in below ground level, and the hole lets some natural light in. There is no way Terry would have fallen in our window well. We have been playing hide and seek and many other outdoor games for years since we were young around the whole neighborhood. We knew everyone's window wells and house footprints, plus paths in the woods, like the back of our hands. The grunt sounded humanish and not like an animal. It also pulled itself out quietly without a lot of thrashing. That's when I realized this wasn't a fun game, and someone or something was out there, and it wasn't Terry. I tried to look outside my window as best I could, but there was a screen on my windows to keep the bugs out, so I couldn't lean my head out the window to see next to the wall of our house directly below me. I then heard the crunch of rocks as whatever it was stepping in the noisy gravel. Again, Terry would know where the log rounds were. It would not step in the gravel. He knew my parents were pretty strict, and he was as good at being quiet as I was. Whatever it was stopped, and I held my breath. I pretty much sat there with my face pressed against the screen, 2 stories up, for probably a half hour. It seemed like an hour, but I'm sure I didn't have much patience back then to wait that long. I never heard it, him, her, leave, but I grew tired and eventually fell asleep on my bed that was next to the window. There are a few things I'm certain of. It wasn't Terry. I asked him later, and he said he went to bed that night when he got home. He also would have no reason to lie. I'm pretty sure it wasn't one of our neighbors, and I can't think of any reason a person would be there. We had few neighbors, and only 2 other houses out of 7 had kids. Again, these 7 houses were spread out in 2.5 plus acres per home. There weren't any big animals in the area. As wooded as the whole area was, we only had some deer, but they were hunted and didn't come close to homes, plus our dogs scared them away. Stranger in the woods. Let's not ever meet. I started a new job about 6 years ago. It was great. Really liked all my coworkers, and the job itself is really awesome, and I still love it. This was before the pandemic, and everyone was in the office every day. I work in a large multi-floor, multi-wing building, filled with numerous businesses and agencies. I started getting into a routine. We have a gym and locker room in our building. I would go work out before I was on the clock and shower, get ready, etc. I'd go get breakfast at the next building over, most mornings at around the same time. I'd go on walk breaks with coworkers at pretty much the same time every day. It was very regimented. In the morning when I worked out, everyone had a pretty set schedule. We didn't know each other, but there was kind of an unspoken pattern. A coworker would finish and shower before me, then I'd go, then the head maintenance guy for the building, and so on. This is where it all begins. One morning, like every other, I get out of the shower and I'm in the small locker area, and there is this little older Indian man over at the sinks. He's not doing anything but looking at himself in the mirror, but you could tell he was just loitering. Weird, but whatever. A few days later, he's there again. Then he's there every morning at the same time, and he's definitely looking at me when I change. This creeps me out, so I stop working out in the morning. Then, after a few weeks, we're walking back from getting breakfast, and he's walking the other way towards the other building. I tell my coworker that's the guy that would always be in the locker room watching me get dressed. After a few more days, he's walking the other way from us, getting breakfast every day, and he looks right at me every time. So, I make an excuse and stop going for breakfast. Our 9 a.m. walk around the building, he starts just appearing and walking the opposite direction from us every day. Literally, everyone walked around the building in the same direction, except for this guy, and he'd stare at me as we passed. I tell that coworker who was a woman about the guy and what had happened, and she just laughed it off. The only reason he'd go the opposite direction is to make sure he saw me. Our 1 p.m. walk around the building, wouldn't you know it, he's there walking the other way and staring. so I just stopped going on walks at work. This is where the real magic begins. I have no clue where this guy worked in our building. I would come into our hallway every morning at the same time. From the time I went through the doors to the time I went into my office, it was maybe 15 seconds. We were on the first floor, and at the end of our wing in a staircase. Every morning as I'd come into our wing, he would pop out of the stairwell and come walking the opposite direction and stare at me as we passed each other. One morning, I'm walking into the bathroom to go number 2. I stop and blow my nose real quick. As I'm walking to the back stall, he comes into the bathroom. We had 2 urinals, 2 stalls in this particular bathroom. No one is in there but us. He comes into the stall next to me, widens out his feet so his shoe is under the divider and on my side of the stall. This dude is tiny, maybe 5 feet, so he'd have to almost be doing the splits. Then he lets out this deep, loud moan after about 30 seconds, then leaves. I started telling all of my coworkers. Most of them laugh. I work in a pointy head and number nerd industry, and I'm the exact opposite of the stereotype for those jobs. I'm a super extroverted jock type. I could kill this little guy with my bare hands, so everyone just thought it was hilarious. I felt so creeped out and helpless. Like, what do I do? Any guy I work with that I tell this about laughs at me. The women just shrug it off or have an excuse for why he is always there. So, I asked one coworker to pick any event at any time during the day to prove he will show up. So, we decided to go for a walk at noon. After 5 or 6 days, there he is. Now, she believes me. Everyone in the office knows now, and because I'm a guy that can take care of himself, it's literally a big office joke. I've told my wife about all of this, and she is supportive. She has had her share of workplace creepers as well. I get to read the text and emails. My closest coworker and I decide to start working out at 1:30 p.m. every day. I want to get my own gym time in, but I don't want to do it alone. After about a week and a half, guess who starts showing up every day? He just come in and loiter around. Mind you, the guy has never tried to talk to me before and vice versa. 2 guys lifting weights and this little old creepy guy just sitting there watching me. Here is where it hits the peak. My lifting buddy had to cut out early one day. My stalker is there with us. I was just about going to leave, but screw that. I don't want to let this little weirdo control my life anymore. There is an elevated padded stretching platform on the weight side of our gym. He takes his shoes off, lays on his back, and starts doing hip thrust in the air, and holding it while he stares right at me. I'm walking around trying to pretend I don't notice him when he follows me with his eyes. Pelvis elevated in the air. After 20 minutes of this, he puts his shoes back on and goes into the locker room. I'm texting my lifting partner and wife the whole time, telling them this is going on. My wife tells me to confront him. I don't. The whole time I still feel like I'm exaggerating, but I'm definitely not. I get in the locker room to grab my bag, and he's at the sink, the top couple buttons of his shirt unbuttoned, and he's rubbing water all over himself while looking at me in the reflection in the mirror. That was it for me. I started working from home almost exclusively after that. Then the pandemic hit, and I've been remote ever since. I've had so many women tell me about experiences they've had with creepers, and I just kind of brushed it off and thought they were sensualizing it. Ladies, I am so sorry, and I totally get it now. I couldn't imagine going through all this, and the stalker being bigger, stronger, and able to overpower me. I never had any fear, but I've never felt so violated and unheard. It was like this was a joke to everyone and a source of entertainment but me. To the little sicko stalker at work, let's not meet ever again. A few years ago, I was working at a pizza chain in my hometown as a driver. I was 27 and made darn good money delivering. I had worked at a few other places, both local and chain in the years before, and still work as a dasher on occasion, even after this happened. Now I choose to deliver in much safer areas for this reason. I got luckier than I could ever imagine. One night, I was working and had a double, 2 deliveries to take. Both were cash orders. I had $12 left in my bank, what drivers are given to use as change for cash orders so you don't have a ton of cash on you at all times. The first order went smoothly. The guy gave me $50 for a $35 order, so I was excited about the nice tip. I drove to the second delivery. It was at an apartment complex with multiple buildings. I had delivered there before. The sun was about to set, but it was still very light out. The chain I worked at had us drive company cars with a logo on it, all white sedans. This is important. I grab the order and go to the door to the apartment building. A young guy comes out, and a much bigger older guy was outside smoking a cigarette. The big guy went inside as the smaller guy came out. He looked around nervously and asked how much he owed me. The way he was looking around just made me very nervous. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I told him the amount, and he said that wasn't what he was told on the phone. Something was very wrong. I felt someone else walk out behind me from the door. As the first guy looked around down the parking lot, craning his neck as if he was looking for someone. I told him the amount again and broke down the order for him, trying to keep calm. Then, the first guy held a gun to my right temple. I also felt a poke on my spine. 2 gunmen. I couldn't speak. Words wouldn't form no matter how hard I tried. "Give me your money and keys, now," the first guy growled, and I fumbled immediately for the keys. I gave him my bank, but hadn't realized the 50 was mixed in. I gave him the keys, trying my best to remain calm. Another guy came up from my left. He had poofy hair and was around the same age as the first kid. The one behind me I hadn't seen yet. The big-haired kid grabbed the pizza bag and ran off and hid. The first kid searched the company car. Luckily, I had left my wallet in my personal car. I saw him grab my cell phone. That's when the panic began to set in. I had pictures on that phone that I hadn't backed up of when my then 5-year-old son, who absolutely is my world. Please don't take that. I have pictures of my son who died on there. It's all I have of him, please. I lied. My son was very much alive. The kid behind me spoke softly. "Trust me, just listen to him. You'll get it back undamaged. I don't want to be here either." I could tell he'd been crying by how his voice sounded. A car began pulling in, and the 3 boys took off to the other end of the complex in a full sprint. Before the one behind me ran, he dropped the gun in front of me. Standard issue 9mm silver and black. Safety off. Looked completely real to me. He picked it back up and ran with the others. The car that pulled in saw me. It was a woman and her kid. Panic set in as I realized they could easily come back and do way worse to me as the sky started to get dark. I collapsed. They had taken my company car keys, $72, the pizza, and my phone. The woman ran up to me and asked if I was all right. She took me into her apartment in the next building over and locked the door. I was shaken so hard I couldn't even hold her phone to call to 911 as she set down her kid. Her boyfriend, I assumed, helped me call. I spoke to the operator and told her everything. I'm colorblind, and these guys were obviously wearing all black and white clothes, thank God. I had a full description of two of them. The woman who helped me was going to be late for work, but she still stayed until I was off the phone and cops had shown up. Man, she was harsh and blunt with the operator, but I will never forget this woman's utter kindness to me and her boyfriend. Cops showed up and contacted my store, and my manager brought out the spare keys for me to drive the car back to the store. After dealing with the cops, I drove back and was greeted by crying and beyond worried coworkers. All of them were terrified that I was hurt. It meant a lot to me how much they cared, but I told them I was fine. I filed the proper paperwork, and the 72 was written off as a loss to the store. Thank God, because I had worked other stores that make you pay back the money out of pocket if you get robbed to prevent drivers from stealing. I was told by the owner to take the rest of the night off and take care of myself. He gave me a hug. He was to this day one of the best bosses I ever had. What I didn't know was I was in for a very long night. I called my best friend before I left the store from the store phone and asked where he was. We usually meet up for drinks after work. He was around the corner at a bar, so I met up with him. His dad was a District 4 cop in my city at the time, the same district that this happened in. He told me his dad had given him a heads up, and he had 2 shots waiting for me to calm my nerves. After the 2 shots, we began playing pool when his dad called his phone and asked if I was with him yet. He said yeah and handed me the phone. His dad asked if I could come to the station. I was honest and told him I'd had 2 shots, so he sent out a squad car to get me since it wasn't that far away. We get to the station. He had suspects in custody. I was needed to ID them. 3 boys and a driver. They had been caught less than 20 minutes after the robbery, speeding. The bolo had already gone out, and they matched the description. They had used the money to buy weed and gas, and had taken off. They had at least 15 stolen cell phones on them. The order had been placed on a stolen phone. My phone was in the mix in the box. The police told me to grab my phone only, and I did. They asked me to unlock it. It had fingerprint verification, so that was easy. 9 of the 10 tries to unlock it had already been used before my phone would have completely reset. It unlocked. I told the police every detail yet again. Although my parental instincts kicked in, I told them the guy behind me quite obviously was bullied into this, and to show mercy. He was the one with the white shirt. The police went wide-eyed and told me he was the one talking. The other 3 denied involvement. That's when I found out about the 4th guy, the driver. We found out later he was completely unaware of the robbery and was just picking up his friends. He was never charged. The boy who was behind me and the one who grabbed the pizza were 15 and 16 and got 6 months of house arrest. The only reason the one behind me got off easy despite having the gun to my back was because I asked him to go easy on him. That he was a good kid who didn't want to be there, and he was the only one confessing. Makes sense since he had even said the other guy wouldn't have the phone for long. He was planning on going to the cops had they not been caught. But the other guy, the first kid who put the gun to my temple, It was his 18th birthday. He got the book thrown at him. In the courtroom, he made fun of me and was laughing at me. Seeing him made me panic. The judge scolded him for his behavior, and he just grinned and glared at me with a Joker-like grin. All I could see was pure evil. This kid will commit more crimes. I have no doubt he will eventually end someone's life. You can see how cold he is just by looking in his eyes. He's evil incarnate. I grew up in a town full of murders and abusers. I had never seen this kind of evil in my life, and I never want to see it again. I asked to have my name stricken from the records, and asked to remain anonymous in case he ever got out. I'm so glad I did. Because today I got a letter from the state. He's being released in February. The court only had my old address, my parents' house, and my mom didn't think the letter was important. I missed the deadline to protest his release for probation. The plea deal was 8 years. It's only been 4. He's getting out early due to overcrowding. Not good behavior. Overcrowding. This coming February. And I'm ready if he finds me. My wife, my parents, everyone I know knows his face and name. If he tries anything, we are all ready. But for his sake, let's not meet. I have been having a super lousy few months, and this is kind of just the shit cherry on top. I was walking back from work yesterday to meet my spouse at home, where we have an apartment. It's getting darker, earlier again, so it was close to full dark I was walking through. I'm always on edge when I walk alone, so I had my key lanyard in my hand already. I noticed right away when a guy came out from a side street and crossed the road to walk on my side. I was already at a brisk pace and was just a block and a half from home. As I passed under a streetlight, he called out to me. I ignored him. He called again. I ignored. He shouted, "What's your problem?" Without turning around or slowing, I just shouted, "Not interested," over my shoulder and started walking even faster. He then proceeded to yell, "Don't be such a bitch," and sounded angry, which is the point where I thought, fuck this. I'm not dealing with this. So I broke out into a sprint down the street toward my building. He shouted after me, and after a second, I heard his feet pounding on the sidewalk. I made it to the front door of my building, yanked the door open. I slapped it shut, jammed my key into the locked lobby entrance, yanked it open, sped through, slammed it shut. The front lobby walls were made of glass, and you can see clearly inside. I figured the locking door would deter him, but speed walking through the lobby into the stairs anyway. A few male neighbors I'm acquainted and friendly with were sitting in the lobby chatting, and I waved when they said hi to me. Guess I'm lucky they were there, because the locked door did not deter him. I hear a massive shattering smash, nearly shit my heart out, and my neighbor started yelling. Whip around and see that this asshole has either kicked or punched the locking door, shattering most of it, and is now trying to reach through and let himself in. I shouted to the neighbors, "He followed me here. I don't know him," and then booked it up the stairs and ran all the way to my apartment. I could still hear shouting when I got into my place and told my spouse right away what happened. We called 911. Cops came to our building, and one spoke briefly to me and my spouse. A search was conducted for the guy, who apparently ran away when he saw the several angry yelling neighbors approaching him. We got a follow-up visit a couple hours later from a different cop. Turns out the guy cut himself on the door, so it was easy to grab him once they found him. Apparently, this isn't his first time hanging around my complex, and he is known to the cops here as an addict who follows people around asking for money. He has been suspected of buying from dealers in our complex, but never caught. I guess I shouldn't even be surprised. It's not a good place, not a good building, just something we can afford until we can move on to a better. But I am so tired of living this way. To the crazy addict who terrorized me and followed me home, let's not meet again. This isn't as scary as the others I've read out here, but this experience has been ingrained in my brain, and I feel like this is the place to share it to. Here goes. I was about 5 or 6. I went to my local kindergarten, and I was as carefree as a child can be. The greatest of my worries being if my parents forget to pick me up from school. She never does, and every day we walk from school to home, and vice versa, since it was a good walking distance. We lived in a compound that's kind of secluded, and mostly inhabited by old people or boarding students who went to the university near it. This morning started out like any other. My mom picks me up, and we're walking along the small path in our compound, along with 4 other people. 3 high schoolers, 2 of which were walking together, and a female college student. She was holding a handkerchief over her head because of the heat. The sun was high up and glaring in the middle of the day that you wouldn't expect anything to happen. But it did. We were quite far back from this group, but when I turn around and see a man join us, he's clearly not from there. He had a bright neon green bag in front of him, which was slightly opened, one of his hands inside it. His clothes were kind of dusty, but most of all, he was glaring at us. It was just us 5 walking in this quiet compound, and my little self didn't think much of it, up until my mom squeezed my hand and started speed walking. At first I was confused, but I knew the only thing that could trigger this was that there was danger behind us, and it came in the form of the stranger that was following us close behind. I kept looking back discreetly, although I was probably obvious, and still, he kept staring at all of us, getting closer and closer. I looked up at my mom trying to ask what was going on, but her low murmurs didn't really translate well for me, except my ears picking up on the word knife. That's when I felt my stomach drop. As a child, you never ever watch of scary situations happening on TV, never really thinking you'd be in any real danger. But I was now in one, and my stupid little legs weren't fast enough. Factor in my mom's older age, she was around 50, compared to our other companions. We were the easy target. We were pretty much at the back, but our house was near and I focused on that. Because if I thought about the threat behind us, my legs would feel like jelly and I'd end up slowing down. Still, I couldn't resist looking back. He just kept getting closer and closer, shortening the distance between us. I remember thinking about how I wanted to scream for help, desperately looking at those houses that seemed empty, wanting to go inside, but my mom's firm grip kept me going. Anyways, we lived here too. I never really knew if the others were aware of it. Not much until later. One of the high schoolers left to a house over the basketball court. And further down the path, The pair veered off to a different trail that led to the main highway, so it was just us and the female college student. Goody. At this point, the man was also speed walking and catching up, but our apartment was merely a few steps away, and my mom and I dashed toward it, up the stairs and into the comfort of our home. The man gave us one last glare as he continued to walk. My heart was pounding against my chest. My mom had left me to lock the door while she stared out the window. She kept repeating, "He has a knife. I saw it. He's holding a knife." I run towards the window and catch a glimpse of the girl, still clutching the handkerchief above her head, looking behind her in fear and alarm as the man continued to follow her. His bright neon bag in front of him, now wide open, his hand still inside, as he kept getting closer and closer. I don't really know what happened after, only of my mom's recollection of the events. She had noticed the man suddenly come up behind us too, and her suspicions were raised when he didn't try to walk past us, like the others, but maintained a close distance behind us. And then she saw the knife, hidden in his bag, holding on to it as he stared at us. I hope that girl is okay, and that man was detained or something. But it's been years now, and I don't really know where to start. Don't really know if I'd like to. Sometimes I wonder what that girl must have been feeling, and if she had escaped, or what my mother had witnessed. If the knife had been sharp or stained with dry blood, glinting in the sunlight. To the man with the knife, let's not ever meet again. What I'm about to describe will sound like a cheap-ass cliche movie script, but this did indeed happen. Even at home, barely anybody believes me without confirmation from the other parties involved. Buckle up, it's a long haul. Autumn 2019 in British Columbia, Canada. I am from Germany, but spent half of a year in Canada as part of my bachelor's degree. I barely got back before COVID hit. I was 22 years old at the time, and the other people involved were about the same age. Another foreign student and I befriended this local Canadian student. We all had the same interests and humor, and the dude became a very good friend of ours. He told us all about the local area, and we spent about a week in the summer with him and his father at their very remote, remember this, cabin near some woods. They taught us how to handle guns there and let us shoot a lot. Ammo is expensive AF. Then fall came and we had a lot of free time due to being finished with all of our papers. So our buddy proposed that we spend a few days at his dad's cabin, this time without his father. We went, hell yeah, because we could load up on booze and weed and have a great time there. Just living the life. 3 close dudes in the woods gaming and getting wasted. Sounds great, right? After loading up on all the supplies, the first 3 days were very calm. On the first day, just like the last time I was there, I barely slept and was generally tense. This is because I am a naturally very paranoid guy, and I often go into alert mode in situations which is often mocked by my friends. In this case, what freaked me out the most was the fact that we were far away from civilization, and you never understand how quiet your surroundings can be until you spend some time in a remote area like this, which led me to often just standing in the dark at night, listening to the surroundings of the cabin. But after the first few days, I got less paranoid. After all, I was with friends, was constantly high, and we were quite armed and dangerous. Probably most dangerous to ourselves, though. Day 4 came. We spent the day attempting to hunt the woods, mostly just chilling under trees with a beer and rifle in hand. But in the evening, it started to rain heavily. After an hour, we were starting to see lightning in the distance, with quite a bit of time passing between lightning and thunder, which meant the thunderstorm itself was still some time away. So we aborted our incompetent hunting attempts and started trekking back to the cabin. It took us about an hour to reach it, due to it already being very dark and the rain creating unsafe footing. For context, you should know that once you spent a few days in the wilderness and haven't seen a soul other than your friends for days, you can become quite careless about your surroundings. I think you can imagine why I'm telling you that last part. So we entered the cabin. At that time, the thunderstorm was raging full on. We put away our gear and changed clothes, except for our guns. Yeah, I know. Drugs and guns are a horrible combination, and I couldn't mix that shit nowadays. But we were drilled quite well by Canadian friends' dads regarding trigger discipline, safety, etc. And man, I really miss spooning the rifle while sleeping. We cozied down in the living room at a table, started a YouTube video, and began playing cards. Barely 20 minutes passed since we returned, and at the time, we didn't bother closing the curtains in the living room, because thunderstorms are baller AF. So imagine that we were 3 guys sitting around a table, occasionally in awe at the weather outside while playing cards. In such a remote place, it is extremely dark outside, without a full moon and clear skies. It is pitch black. The only lamps we have are old-ass vintage looking, and dimmer than my phone screen. What comes next is how my also non-local friend has described what he saw. While sipping from his beer, another lightning went off. He spit it out instantly after the lightning came and screamed loudly and stood up. No words, just the sound of panic. My Canadian friend and I were instantly perplexed and looked at him. There is somebody outside. He started rambling about how in that split second the lightning illuminated the outside of the cabin. He saw a person standing a bit of distance away from the cabin, looking directly at us. Now this is what I meant when I said cliche horror story, and barely anybody believes me at first, but this did happen. My non-local friend is obviously in full-on panic. His face looks anxious. This communicated to our Canadian buddy and me that this guy wasn't just messing with us. He did see somebody outside. I grabbed my rifle and pulled the bolt to rack around into the chamber. I feel the warm sensation running down my spine of my body, releasing adrenaline. I tried to stay far away from the window, staring into the darkness outside, but I can't see anything. While our Canadian friend rushed into his room to grab his pistol, I started panicking even more because I realized we didn't lock the door. Why would we? We haven't seen anyone in days and are in the middle of the wilderness. So I run to the door and lock it. Our friend returns with his pistol, which he grabbed because there was a flashlight attached to it. He carefully approached the window, then changed his place from sneaky to fast and pushed the window open with one hand, while the other hand was aiming the handgun outside. I wish I was any good at drawing, because what we saw next when our friend turned on the flashlight was the most terrifying image I have ever seen. It is burned into my mind. The fact that I cannot share that image with other people has been bugging me for 3 years now. The lights turn on. What we saw in that moment was a man, tall and slim, dressed in all black, with a hooded raincoat which he has pulled over his head, almost covering his eyes, but not far from the cabin, just a few steps away from the window. Not standing as our friend yelled earlier, but crouching, looking directly at us with clenched eyes and a terrifying little smirk on one side of his mouth. Another lightning flashes, and for that moment, we were all frozen. The image of what we saw must have shocked the other guys, as much as it did me, because nobody said anything for a few seconds. There is a hard-to-explain dreadful feeling about seeing something like this. In a storm, in the middle of nowhere, a person dressed in a black raincoat is suddenly crouching so close to you and facing you. Our Canadian buddy was aiming his pistol, attached flashlight at the also frozen crouched smirking man, and just yelled out, with a slight stutter and a higher pitched voice than I've ever heard from him, "Get the fuck away from us or we will shoot." I guess at that moment, after his eyes adjusted, the raincoat man realized that this was not just a flashlight, but a gun. And I was standing next to my friend with a hunting rifle on my arm. Raincoat man's slight smirk changed to something where I am unsure if it was shock or rage. All this was happening in less than a minute. While my friend kept on yelling and I was just frozen, the raincoat figure turned about 90 degrees towards the nearest tree line and went from crouch to full sprint quickly. He ran away to the right side of our window. 2 of us poked their head out the window to see where exactly he was going. But with the heavy rainfall and darkness, we could barely make out anything in the distance of that tree line. After a few minutes of just looking at each other in disbelief, we decided to pop off a few rounds outside the window to prove that we were for real and to cope. When the shock wore off, we decided to call the police. They asked a lot of questions on the phone to describe the location of the cabin and a description of the man who just almost crept up on us. Totally unexpected and only revealed due to lightning and luck. Due to us being in such a remote area, the cops told us it'd take at least 1 or 2 hours for somebody to come out. They asked because of the weather and time if it'd be alright if they send somebody out tomorrow to talk to us about all the details. Given how the man saw that we were armed, he probably wouldn't come back again. We agreed. We discussed just jumping in the truck and leaving right now, but us dumbasses were too lazy to refuel the truck. The idea of doing this now, in the dark and in that heavy rain, was just too frightening. I kept thinking about this guy lurking in the darkness and picking us off one by one. We spent the night sleeping in shifts. One person was awake and standing guard. The others at least attempted to sleep. When my turn came, the rain had died down. I turned off all the lights, opened a window, and just sat there in the darkness, trying to listen for any sound I could hear and looking out of the windows to scan the area. Let me tell you, when you're sitting in the dark for hours in full alert mode, just trying to sit still, listen, and look around, you have a lot of time to think and reiterate what just happened. Close to the middle of the next day, 2 cops arrived. We had to give them a detailed report of what happened, when it happened, and had to show them in which direction the raincoat shade ran off to. They said they will organize for a patrol to comb through the woods, but that might take a while because they need experienced outdoorsmen, etc. Sadly, we didn't see many details of the man's face. We couldn't tell if he was young or old, only that he was tall and clean-shaven. The chances of finding who exactly that was and find out what the hell he was attempting to do were very small. Though, one of the officers expressed that this whole happening was deeply worrying. We left the cabin a few hours after the police left, and Canadian Guy's dad insisted we stay at his place at least for a day until we felt safe again. We also wanted to hear every last detail and figured that the time has come to install cameras around the cabin. I don't remember this part for sure, but I believe that I heard later the dad and his brother went back to the cabin and just sat there in the dark, waiting for the raincoat man to return. But I never heard of any results, so I guess he must have gone hunting in other areas. I never heard from them cops again. Next January, I left Canada and returned home. My Canadian friend was called in for an interview a few months later, but it seemed like the police was still seriously investigating this, looking for the guy who crept up on a cabin during a thunderstorm. The image of that crouched raincoat figure, completely wet and surrounded by darkness so close to our cabin, is burned into my mind. I will most likely never forget this. I still sometimes turn off all the lights and just look out the window in silence, trying to listen for sounds, even though I am on the other side of the world now. We have speculated a lot about what that was. The winning theory is that this guy most certainly had sinister intentions. This did not look like just an attempt at burglary. Remember, we had dim lights on. You could see that there was somebody inside the cabin. This guy was creeping towards us in a raincoat during a thunderstorm. When my friend yelled out that he saw somebody, the guy went from walking and standing to crouching, and he went closer towards the window. I suspect the raincoat man wanted to check out what kind of victim was on the menu, and I really don't want to imagine what he had in store if there were two unarmed girls there, in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. We didn't see any headlights passing the clearing the cabin was on. The guy also had no backpack or something, just the raincoat and black weather-appropriate clothing. I'd bet my soul that this guy was a man on a mission, who knew exactly what he was doing and what he was well prepared for. While writing this post, I also started thinking about the logistics of it all. The guy must have a camp or at least a car hidden somewhere in those woods. You can't sustain yourself out there otherwise. I also got the feeling that he either came upon the cabin during the storm itself, or that he spotted us in the woods during the hunting we did before. We moved slowly, while also not being shy with waving our lights around. And in total pitch darkness wilderness, a proper flashlight must have been as easy to spot as the beacons of Gondor. So, he might have tracked us through the woods until we reached the cabin. If anybody has heard about similar things happening in the area of British Columbia near Vancouver, please let me know. That mystery has a grip on me for the rest of my life. Sometimes I still dream of this raincoat figure creeping closer towards me with each flash of lightning. To the raincoat man trying to get into our cabin, let's not ever meet again. This concludes tonight's stories. While you slumber, remember, you will wake up to a brand new day. You will be stronger and a better person, just like a newborn phoenix. Stay bright, for that is the reason we all must go back to ashes. Sleep well, and I look forward to reading to you again.